Okay, I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Education, July 27th, to order. Mr. Zink, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Argo.
Here.
Mr. Horton.
Here.
Mr. Wynn.
Here.
Ms. Schaefer.
Here.
Ms. Casper.
Here. Can you please, yes, join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I need a motion to approve the agenda. So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, I would like to make a recommendation to actually amend the agenda. I know we've had several emails regarding the resolution on the board agenda tonight regarding transportation, and so I would like to suggest that we have, as a Board of Education, a discussion around that, make sure to address any questions, kind of work through some of those pieces. So I would recommend that we change the administrative report to include a resolution of impracticality discussion.
Okay, so we need a motion to amend the agenda to add the transportation discussion to administrative report. So do I have a motion to amend the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Zink, will you please call a roll? This is to amend the agenda.
Mr. Wynn.
Yes.
Mr. Horton.
Yes.
Mr. Argo.
Yes.
Ms. Schaefer.
Yes.
Ms. Casper.
Yes. Now there's a motion on the floor to accept the agenda the way that has been amended. And we already have a first and a second, correct, Mr. Zink?
That's correct.
So is there any discussion? If not, we can please call the roll.
Ms. Schaefer.
Yes.
Mr. Argo.
Yes.
Mr. Horton.
Yes.
Mr. Wynn.
Yes.
Ms. Casper.
Yes. Board President's comments. Okay, today under my Board President comments, we are going to take a few minutes to thank our existing treasurer who will be exiting. This is his last meeting. Don't look down like you're not going to be recognized. We're recognizing you. We want to thank Adam on behalf of the district and the board. We have a little something for you. Actually, we have a couple of things for you.
That's not it. Sorry, I'm trying to get this feedback loop knocked out on this. All right.
There's a little something from Dr. Whiteley and the board. If you don't know Adam, he is addicted to atomic fireballs. There are 240 atomic fireballs in there. That should last you maybe 10 days.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
There's a little something in the card also, but we just wanted to thank you for all your years of service to the students of Lakota and wish you luck in your new position. And I know that Dr. Whiteley has something for you, and I think that we'll give the rest of the board an opportunity to speak also. So Dr. Whiteley.
So in addition, if you've ever been in Adam's office to his fireballs, he always has wonderful like artwork on the walls. In fact, there's one of a wolf that I can kind of see that sits behind his desk that I particularly like, that is in black and white. And so we would like to add an addition to that with some student art from Lakota local schools. And so this one is a combination of black and white, so it goes with your wolf, but also there's a pop of color, red, to tie to your atomic fireballs. And of course, we just wanted you to take a little piece of us with you wherever you are so that you're always reminded of your Lakota service and the wonderful, wonderful things you have done for this district. So thank you.
Thank you so much. This is very, very nice and wonderful, and I do like the artwork, so I will be sure to put this up in my new office when I get moved into that.
Is there anything else the rest of the board would like to share with Mr.
And I did
Rizzo?
get the feedback loop turned off. That was really, it was really kicking out. I'm glad the microphones didn't pick that up.
I personally want to weigh in that this is the perfect way to say goodbye to you, as all chaos is breaking loose with technology, and we're trying to be genuine and very emotionally connecting with you, and you're busy trying to fix things, which feels very symbolic of your tenure here. I want to thank you for over the years, both before I was on the board as well as on the board. You've been a resource, and more than that, a friend. I think you have great expertise and have always been open and honest. And have helped me see many sides of many issues. So I really appreciate your partnership and all the work that we've done together, and I look forward to seeing all the great success you will have as you move on.
Thank you.
We've had the opportunity to work together for quite some years, quite a few years, and again, I appreciate your steady hand at times when things were a little interesting, and that you always looked for opportunities of how might we solve a problem and do what we needed to do for students. It wasn't a matter of this or that, it was a matter of what was going to be our priority and how we were going to try to fund that. And make things happen so kids had the best opportunity they could, and continuing to focus on that and whatever was happening around us. So appreciate that partnership and looking for opportunities for kids.
Thank you.
I guess I'll just say I wanted to thank you, Adam, for, since I was just a community member showing up to the three-person community conversation about finances, and you answered all the questions we had about House Bill 920, and I think at one point you even had the Alex Argo slide that was about House Bill 920. So I appreciate your willingness to always be available to answer questions with anybody from the community or us, and I know Randy's got some big shoes to fill, but hopefully we'll do good on that front. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I will just say, my conversations with you, Adam, even before November, being the awkward, skinny Asian kid who threw himself into a big, I don't want to say mess, but, a big issue, big, organization. A lot of it can feel very overwhelming, but I just always appreciate a phone call with you or a conversation with you, because you make it all seem more manageable. And I'm surprised you haven't lost it already too. But no, I appreciate you, and I thank you for everything you've done for this district. And I know the taxpayers and the community will thank you for a long time as well.
Thank you.
Would you like to say anything?
I just want to say that we are about 2 weeks away from 10 years since I came here. It's hard to imagine. A lot in life has definitely changed over that time period. Family life, personal life, Lakota life, everything. It has been a lot of work at a lot of times, and it has been a lot of fun at the majority of the times. Going and watching state basketball tournament or going to the football games, going to the different events and getting to know people in the community. It's been really wonderful. And I don't feel like it's goodbye. I feel like it's just, we'll see everybody a little later. So, and like Mr. Horton said, it's almost like when we're here at Lakota, we don't have time for sitting back and smelling the roses at all. It's just, here's the next problem, let's figure it out, let's solve it, and off to the next one. So I appreciate everything everybody's done. I appreciate the opportunity, and I've appreciated my time here. Mr. Bertram is he's going to do wonderful things. There's no doubt. He said he likes a challenge, and there's plenty to like here. So I'm looking forward to the handoff to Randy, and we'll see him at the conference, if not sooner, and check in and make sure he's doing okay. And I'm always going to be a phone call away. So
We would
thank
like
you
to
all.
give you one round of applause, one more round of applause, and thank you. And now we are at the portion for treasurer's comments.
No further comments.
No further comments. All right, student achievement update, Dr. Whiteley.
You have a little kind of cheat sheet in front of you as well, if you would like to reference. It's the one in color. But I just want to talk today about the advanced placement. We often refer to that as AP for short. But our AP data, those are normally released in the 1st of July. And I know as a former AP teacher, I would kind of wait in anticipation and nervousness, just like your students, for those scores to come out. But I'm proud to say that we have had a 5-year upward trend in both course and exam enrollment. So we took 174 more exams this year than the previous year, and that is very, very impressive. Also, not only is it about who is enrolled in the class, but it's also about the success, right? When you sign up to be an AT teacher or an AP student, It's about the number, meaning 1 through 5, rather, and passage rate. And so 87% of our exams taken this year qualified for a test score for college credit. So a 3 is considered passing, 3, 4, or 5. So again, that's up from 2% from last year. So not only is it about increasing in enrollment, but it's also about increasing in success rate on that test. Also, AP pre-calculus, this is not very old in the advanced placement world. Within the last about 3 to 4 years, this class has come about. AP calculus was offered for the first time in 25-26 in Lakota, and it was contributed to the positive trends we've seen because we had a qualifying score of 4.6 out of 5.0. All 100% of students who took that exam passed. That is amazing. That is a testament not only to the teacher, but the students. We have 167 exams, and all students passed that. So that's super, super impressive. 7 of our AP courses outperformed the global average that we see in college qualifying scores, and we did that by over 10%. And then AP statistics, which is not an easy feat, I will say, we outperformed the global average by over 20 percentage points. So again, that is a testament not only to the wonderful students we have who are very, very prepared to take those tests, but also the teachers who contribute to that success. If you're familiar with AP or not familiar, a teacher has to submit an AP syllabi that is approved by College Board. They have very specific textbooks and a very specific theme and strands that they deliver in that curriculum. Also, sometimes people aren't aware that our AP scores also translate into our Ohio State test scores. So students who take AP American History and AP Government, they can actually use those AP scores to translate those scores over to our state report card, and that certainly helps increase our performance index across the board. And then lastly, putting my parent hat on, AP scores translate into college credit. Right, that's a lot of the reason why students take them. And so Lakota students earn 2,148 qualifying AP scores that translate into over 6,000 potential college credits. If you do the average cost of a college credit is $461, that's over $2 million worth of savings for our families. So again, very fiscally responsible choice of our students and helping our parents kind of get ahead of that college tuition piece. And again, all of this is a testament to our curriculum and instruction department, currently led by Lori Brown, soon to be starting with Miss Becky Tompkins, whose first day today was in the role, and she is in the district. But we've worked really hard to make sure that our students are stretched appropriately. Meaning that not only are they taking a course, but they're taking the right course to not only see achievement, but growth. And I think the numbers that you see here on this page are a testament to that. So again, thank you for Justin Wilson for pulling all of this wonderful data together, but also thank you for the curriculum and instruction team, as well as our students and staff who continue to push and grow our students each year, regardless of their class.
Any questions for Dr. Whiteley?
I don't really have a question, but just thank you for this work and thank you for all the teachers that pour into the rigor in these AP exams. I think not only the college credit students get, but it allows them all to be better prepared for the rigor of a college class. And I have heard back from some college students that the rigor they experience their first year is not as significant as the rigor that we have in our AP exams. So appreciate everyone of preparing them for the classes that they are taking at college to make them more efficient in their utilization of that knowledge.
I'll just chime in as well. I think what's been really reassuring is as we've seen this growth in AP, we haven't seen a decline in CCP classes as well. So that's a testament to the curriculum department to make sure that we're offering balanced across both of those. And just anecdotally, as somebody who's had a daughter who's recently graduated and her peers, what I experienced as well was there wasn't any sort of cherry picking to try to chase these results. Many of her, well, I know for her for a fact because I was there, but many of her friends as well were still encouraged to stretch themselves and still take these challenges, even though they, may not have been the top students. And I think that's also probably what's pushing some of the growth there is that we're actually challenging students to go above and beyond where they are today. And so that I think is just really nice color to have behind these results. And I really appreciate it. I think that shows when we keep adding these courses and we get results like 100% passage on the pre-calculus. That's truly astounding for a new program, and it shows ways we continue to add value back to our students. So thank you to everyone who's been supporting this.
Ben, Alex, anything? I do have to say that I agree with Adam, or with Doug, about how about how it stretches our students to think differently. When my son was here, he took AP statistics because he thought that he wanted to be an actuary, and he took AP statistics and he didn't want to be an actuary. So I think it helps give them that experience in high school to try things out without having to do that in college, where you then have to maybe change majors or add something to your workload. So I do appreciate all the work that's been done by our curriculum department. So thank you for that. Okay, board reports. Mr. Nguyen, Butler Tech and Career Development Schools. Have you had a meeting?
We have had a meeting, but there are no new developments in terms of our progress, mostly just internal stuff. So thank you.
Kind of the summer lull, huh?
That's right, that's right.
Alex, community engagement?
So we met just this last week, kind of focused on kind of upcoming opportunities to engage with the community. The big focus is going to be on facilities, as you'd kind of expect. But Mr. Bertram also is going to have a series of financial education opportunities in some way, and then we're going to expect to see some kind of more open-ended Q&A opportunities with Dr. Whiteley as well. Is there anything else that you can remember?
Just some more information sessions as regards to what it looks like, what it looks like in the bond issue, and what some of those factual information is. And we talked a little bit about, in the spring, also resuming community conversations. So that's something that we're looking at again. We have kind of held off on that because we've had master facilities and strategic planning, and so we feel by the time January rolls around, we will have an opportunity to pick up some more of those and give our community a little more input into some of those community conversations. Finance.
We met at 4 today, so hot off the presses. We reviewed the most recent 5-year forecast draft, which will be reviewed with Adam today, as well as another TIF agreement, which will also be on the agenda coming up at the
24th.
August 24th meeting.
Anything else from you, Doug?
Nope.
Okay, any board professional development? I don't think has anybody been anywhere? Any board professional development? And then, as always, if you use the QR code, the community meetings are posted. We are now at the part for our public comment, and so I get to read this really long thing. Per policy 1691, Lakota Schools regular Board of Education meetings are not public meetings, but meetings held in public. However, the board encourages and appreciates citizens' interest in meetings of the board. This place in the agenda is specifically set aside to hear comments from visitors. Public participation is an opportunity for the public to speak to the Board of Education. While board members will listen intently, this is not intended to be a dialogue between speakers and board members. The speaker should give his or her name prior to the beginning of his remarks. The official 3 minutes allotted for each speaker will begin after the speaker has stated his or her name. Anyone who is a Lakota resident or Lakota school employee or a district business owner may participate during the designated public participation portion of a meeting. For the board to fulfill its obligation to complete the planned agenda in an effective and efficient fashion, public comment at each meeting is allotted to a maximum of 30 minutes unless voted otherwise. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration unless lowered by the presiding officer before the start of public comment. For fairness to all participants, the microphone will be turned off at the conclusion of the 3-minute time limit. We do have quite a few people that would like to speak, and in fairness to everyone being able to speak, we are going to limit the public comment from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, so it's fair for everyone to be able to say their piece. We know that there's a lot of public comment people signed up for that would like to speak about transportation, and we know that we're going to talk about that later, but we do want everybody to have an opportunity to at least speak their piece, so we will limit the public comments to 2 minutes instead of 3 per our policy. So let's get started with Anthony, is it Kulnick? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize.
And we will do the 30 minutes on that side, and we'll do the 2 minutes up on the screen.
So, okay, someone will have to keep track. You got it for me? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Kohanek, and I'm here to address my children's transportation application to All Saints School, which this administration is holding in an unfinalized status. I received a non-binding determination notice that is procedurally and factually defective It contained a severe data substitution error. It ignores state guidelines, and the notice also misstates the law. For the record, I'd like to review some upcoming statutory deadlines. Under Ohio Revised Code 3327.01, the district must finalize all busing schedules within 10 days of the start of the term. For Lakota, that's August 13th. This period will expire on Wednesday, August 26th. You are not able to deny my children a route without a finalized determination, which legally requires a compliant timing run. Under state rules, that run cannot happen until our school opens on August 19th. Furthermore, state rules require timings to reflect normal conditions. As everyone knows, the first week of schools are notoriously chaotic. A typical traffic day in that initial week will be difficult. I understand that district has no statutory obligation to notify us when a local timing run is scheduled. However, the Department of Education's official guide explicitly states that districts are highly encouraged to meet with parents to agree on a route beforehand and invite the parents to ride along. The preceding factors will push you to the August 26th deadline, causing you to enter an active statutory violation on Thursday, August 27th. Transportation violations have codified monetary penalties. On Thursday, September 3rd, I'll submit a formal transportation concern form to the Department of Education and Workforce. Under RC 3327.0.21, this triggers a mandatory corrective action plan, at which point the state begins daily financial penalties withholding your transportation funds, which can go up to 100% of your daily allotment. At this moment, I realize the district's actions have placed me in a legal black hole and effectively stripped me of my rights to contest your unofficial designation until several weeks after the term has started. One right the district cannot take from me, however, is my right to vote. Until this board's selected administration demonstrates that it can operate with.
Thank you very much. Mr. Is it Cava?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Dan Cava, 8240 Jade Court in Westchester. My letter and 11 exhibits went to this board and the ODEW yesterday. I asked that the minutes reflect that. Mr. Argo, when we first met on my doorstep in Glenmore, when you were campaigning for your seat, we agreed that night that strong Lakota schools lift the whole community, including families like mine whose kids attend school elsewhere. I've paid Lakota taxes on that belief since moving to Westchester over 10 years ago. Busing is the one service my son receives back from the district, and the law entitles him to it. Item 12G tonight asks you to affirm determinations the state has already warned districts about. 3 months ago, the ODEW legal counsel trained districts on this exact process, and that determinations still have to be individual decisions for each child. It can't be for the whole school. And the state has reversed impracticality determinations for not following these steps historically. What our families received is one route review and what seems to be a mail merge with no notification to our school administrators, flying in the face of guidance and state law. And if I check the math, school starts August 12th, 30 days prior was July 13th. The determination letters are dated July 14th to families, late by the statute's own calendar. Reject or forfeit forms are due back tomorrow, citing a resolution that didn't exist until tonight and misstating when busing must resume. I'm not sure how that's fair to impacted families. From what has been communicated, nobody priced the 25 vans already under contract as an alternative or the seats these kids on these buses have ridden for years. The information and communication so far reflect the lowest level of effort and the district's convenience. This is not a standard anyone should accept, and I'm not sure the board should be confident in the process steps taken that they will stand up to additional scrutiny as we mediate with the state. President Casper wrote me this afternoon that there are ongoing discussions and open questions on this matter. Open questions are not grounds to adopt, they are grounds to reject. I am asking the board today to reject item 12G, restore the routes before August 12th, and keep the bar that we all pay for and our kids are entitled to.
Thank you, Mr. Cava.
Thank you.
Sarah, I'm going to mess up your last name, so I'm just going to let you say it.
Sarah Ernschwinder.
Thank you.
I'm here because I received the notice on Thursday of the decision that busing to our son's school, Montessori Academy, was deemed impractical. As a parent and taxpayer, I firmly believe funding strong, healthy schools makes the entire community better. Our family has a strong history of supporting the Lakota School District with our taxes and levy support. In my work as a researcher, situational analysis is a process that makes competing dynamics explicit. In this case, I see a complicated situation. The bus driver shortage is real. We operate in an imperfect funding model. You don't receive state funding for our child, we don't receive funding. There's community pressure to reduce costs before the next levy vote, and likely the cost of transporting our students looks like a net loss on Lakota's financials. But here's the thing, financials never tell the full story of the impact of a decision. We love living in this community. We believe our tax dollars support a great school. We love supporting Lakota's young entrepreneurs and working in this region. But there's one service that makes living here in the community feasible for us, and that's busing to the school that allows our student to go to the school that best serves his learning needs. The transportation coming at such a late notice with calculations that inflate the cost per students and not exploring other options with us puts us in a really difficult position. Dr. Ashley shared her commitment to building Lakota's future together with the community. My ask is for consideration to include all tax-paying family students in the community, not just those who use the full district services. I believe with the strong talent and leadership in this district, we can come together to find a solution rather than simply denying bus transportation to the approximately 50 students impacted by our route. My ask is that you delay resolution on the transportation and practicality decision.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bodie.
Darby Bodie. If Lakota had even a little bit of transparency left, it's walking out the door with Adams Inc. We will miss you. My understanding is that Randy Bertram is a downgrade who believes the board already knows too much. I am outraged and disgusted by how recklessly Superintendent Ashley Whiteley handled Ron Henrich and Hopewell Junior High custodian Dennis Lair. She failed to do her job, she failed to notify the proper authorities, and she's never really known what is happening in her district. And instead of taking responsibility when her failures were exposed, she pushed a cheesy video out trying to polish her image. When I had the chance to vote for Ashley Whiteley to become our superintendent, I voted no. I knew exactly where her talk about culture would take this district, and I knew she would be weak. I knew that she would not be honest or transparent, and I knew that she would fail at her most basic responsibility, protecting children. Lakota is failing the parents who trusted this district to protect their kids. Families and staff are leaving in droves. We are tired of the product this district is pushing and the racist, transgender ideologies and the more than $6 million spent on curriculums that were designed to pull students away from the values their parents taught them and replace those values with a global worldview that teaches government is the answer to everything, not Jesus. This worldview trains students to vote for socialists once they graduate, and until this district can prove it will be responsible with our students, responsible with our money, and put parents and children first instead of its own agenda and self-preservation, it will not earn the community's vote for a replacement levy. Thank you.
Mrs. Sorrentino.
Oh, no, okay. Good afternoon, board members. My name's Alexandria Sorrentino. I had a lot of really nice things to say, but you cut 1 minute of the time off. Just please believe that my heart really loves public schools. It affects my daily life, and I really believe in the system as really one of the backbones of our society. I am coming here today, though, to respectfully disagree with the determination that the transportation to Montessori Academy is impractical. Because I do not believe that the district has demonstrated compliance with the requirements of Ohio Revised Code 3227-02. First, the law requires that the board evaluate several specific factors before declaring transportation impractical, including travel time, distance, cost, existing busing routes, and whether reasonable alternatives exist. The notice others received, not myself, states the conclusion but does not provide the data or analysis showing how those factors were evaluated. Second, there is no evidence that the district fully explored alternatives before deciding transportation was impractical, that is listed on the form that was received by some families. Ohio law expects districts to consider options such as modifying existing routes, using centralized pickup locations, coordinating with neighboring districts, or utilizing private transportation providers. The notes did not explain how any of these alternatives were deemed unreasonable. Third, the district has not provided the documentation supporting its decision. There are no route analysis, mileage calculations, cost comparisons are accurate, ridership data included. Without that information, it's impossible for parents to determine whether the board's decision is supported by the evidence as required by the state statute. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to reconsider the declaration of impracticality, or at a minimum provide the documentation demonstrated compliance with the Ohio Revised Code 3327.02, including the cost analysis, route evaluations, and considerations of all the reasonable transportation alternatives before asking for families to accept payment in lieu.
Wow, that was pretty impressive. Thank you. Chris Haybrecht, Birch.
Good evening. My name's Chris Hybrook. I don't envy anybody's position up there. I am also in public education employed, and I am coming here to talk about non-public transportation. I am not here to attack. I'm not here to quote statutes. I work in special education. I hear plenty of that from folks that don't work in public education or in special education. What I'm asking you to consider is the fact that I've paid property taxes in Lakota for 20 years. I've never utilized anything but transportation. My wife was an employee here for up to 10 years. We've experienced nothing but great things from this Board of Education in this school district. My son, both of my sons, went to Catholic school because of our religious beliefs, not because of our beliefs about Lakota. I am not in the same mindset as that particular statement was read. I would just prefer that the board consider every family's situation and how transportation is extremely important for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, you will have to go to the microphone.
Good evening. I have a unique perspective to share with a lot of conversations with many people, and a consensus of emotions regarding Lakota's declaration of impracticality has been relatively the same, with people telling me that I am a loyal resident who has consistently supported this district through my vote, my tax dollars, and I never imagined I would have to ask something as basic as transparency, accountability, and fair treatment. I am deeply disappointed in Lakota's decision to deny transportation for many of these students from CHCA or CCS, among others, and more importantly, in the way that decision was communicated to families. What I have heard over this weekend is conversations with many parents is that this is not a request for a new service or special treatment. It is simply a request to preserve transportation for Lakota that Lakota has successfully provided for years. I received a copy of the district's email that was sent to a parent at 7:46 p.m. on Thursday evening. The attached letters were dated July 14th and required families to respond by July 28th, leaving parents essentially 2 business days to understand the decision, determine their response, their rights, and prepare a response. Families should never lose their rights because the district failed to provide a timely notice. Equally troubling is the district's sudden claim that these routes are impractical. These same routes have been successfully provided for years. This decision impacts at least 35 students for just one of these schools, more than half of that capacity of a full-size school bus. It is difficult to understand how transportating dozens of students who have historically been served by these routes can suddenly be deemed impractical. To now characterize these routes as impractical without any meaningful explanation of what has changed is simply not credible. Families were also told they could either accept compensation in lieu of transportation or appeal the decision, yet the district refused to disclose the amount of compensation. Parents cannot make informed decisions when critical information is withheld. Tonight, I respectfully ask the board to reverse its decision and restore transportation for a lot of these families. They pay property taxes, maybe not going to the schools, but they're just as much a part of our community as anybody that comes else.
Time.
Ms. Taylor Brown, can we please? Thank you. We want everybody to have an opportunity to speak, and that's cutting into the 30 minutes. So do we have a Taylor Brown?
Good evening, I'm Taylor Brown, and I have a student at Cincinnati Christian, and I just have a few questions I would really ask you to consider as we're talking about transportation. How were our families informed about signing up for the school year? Our families received a letter at the end of the 2024-2025 school year to sign up for the 2025-26 school year, but according to our parents, they did not receive any notification to sign up for the 26-27 school year. They eventually were told that they were supposed to sign up via a link. Do you know how that was communicated to our parents? For most of our parents, they had no idea about the link or about the deadline to register until the deadline had passed. We are also curious regarding the deadline. What happens to new students who enroll in the district after the deadline has passed? We are still enrolling students. Will they not have the opportunity to receive bus transportation? We have heard that this resolution has determined that transportation is impractical in part due to low enrollment for transportation. Last year, we had 52 students who used Lakota for transportation. This year, we are adding 45 new families from the Lakota local school district. So potentially, you could have over 90 students needing transportation via Lakota buses. Thank you so much for all you do, and I would be really grateful if you would consider these questions that I've presented.
Thank you. Nick Haskamp?
Hi there, Nick Haskamp. My kids go to All Saints. We were here about 3 years ago, and we actually had a similar situation where our bus was about to get taken away, and we really appreciate that it was able to come back and obviously take advantage of it. I have 3 girls. Actually, my youngest, all 3 of them are going to be on the bus this year for the first time. They've talked all summer about how excited they are to do that. And obviously, look, I grew up riding a bus. A lot of people did too. Beyond the practicality of it, it's actually an experience kids get to spend time with their friends, their schoolmates, classmates, all that. My wife and I are both dual working parents as well. Obviously, you can imagine there's a lot of people else in this room. It is very challenging to try to figure out your logistics, your transportation, how your kids are getting home at 3 o'clock, finishing work days, all the above. Most importantly, we just got our letter on Friday of last week at 4 p.m. As you can imagine, that's a very difficult thing for a lot of families, for us to try to figure out. So the ask, of course, is there's a lot of things that we're going to need to figure out in the coming months, but on this short of a notice, it is just very difficult for families to figure that out entirely. So we would love to have some more time. I think everybody else in this room, everybody that has a bus here, this is just a hardship. But again, when we moved to Lakota, we built our house 10 years ago. One of the biggest reasons we picked the community we're in is we knew there was a busing option for the school we sent our kids. Had we known that differently, you got to make different choices in different areas where you want to go. If Lakota wants to stay on par, stay competitive with the Sycamores, the Masons, this is a perk that you need to make sure that you're offering in as many schools and neighborhoods as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Burkhart? I have Christine, is it Burkhart? Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Oh my goodness, sorry.
Okay, you can move that down if you'd like. There you go.
Okay. My name is Christine Burkhart, and I'm a parent of CCS and a resident of Lakota. I was one of the parents that was not made aware of signing up for the bus transportation online deadline by June 1st until I spoke with some other parents a few weeks ago. I called last Tuesday on July 21st, Lakota Transportation, and whoever I spoke with stated that I could fill out a form, and if I don't get a letter by the beginning of August, then to call back and she'll try to get me on, or my kids on. Last Friday, I received phone calls from other parents that were not able to make it today, but they received emails from Pilo on Thursday, July 23rd, around 7 p.m. regarding the impracticality of busing our students that live within the Lakota School District to CCS. Again, I did not receive any of these emails or notifications. I read through the fine print of their emails, and I saw that the letter, as previous people have said, that it was dated July 14th, but the emails were sent out July 23rd. And according to section 3327.02 Ohio Revised Code, the determination of impracticality shall be made no later than 30 calendar days prior to the district's first day of instruction. So for CCS, that is August 13th, and this notification is not within the 30 days. So, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela McGuire?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Angela McGuire. Everybody seems to have received their notification on the 14th. My letter is dated the 21st when it was typed, and I didn't receive it the 21st. So this is very short notice for us. And it's even sending my grandson, who was attending Liberty Bible Academy, and he will not be attending Liberty Bible Academy, he'll be attending Cincinnati Christian Schools. So this is incorrect, so I guess I still have to go back to the transportation department and try to update this just to be told the same thing. But I'm going to refuse, and being that there are so few parents representing the amount of schools that Lakota transported to, I'm going to find a way to contact these parents so that we refuse and we request the fact-finding meeting to find out exactly what Lakota is saying you can't provide for us. And I didn't have time to prepare anything, so this is off the top of my head because I just found out about the board meeting at 4 o'clock tonight. But thank you.
Thank you. Emma Godfrey?
Good evening. My name is Emma Godfrey, and I'm going to apologize. I had no idea this was going on. Totally separate thing that I wanted to come and speak to the board about today. So some of my comments are blanket statements. I personally know a few people out here. Ignore that. But once again, my name is Emma Godfrey. I'm entering my 20th year in public education. I have been a community member since 2008, and most importantly, I am a parent to 2 amazing Lakota students. I have a rising 5th grader at Adena and a rising freshman at West. Having worked in public education for many years now, I understand how quickly and loudly folks can be with criticism and complaints, and noticeably silent with gratitude and positive reinforcement. I am here tonight personally, publicly, and loudly to express my gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Whiteley and the school board. I recently had a concern that compelled me to reach out to Dr. Whiteley and the board. Not only did I receive quick responses from Dr. Whiteley and a representative from the school board, but I was made to feel heard and valued. So I would once again loudly and proudly like to say thank you all for being accessible listeners and for serving our community and children.
Thank you. Okay, that is the end of our public comment, and we will move on to our administrative report, which will include financial review. Are we going to do the financial review first, or would you like to do the transportation first?
You can go first. Oh, no.
Go first.
Actually, I'm just trying to be, do you want us to go first to have the conversation just to be respectful of people in the audience, or?
We can do transportation first. Yeah, that's fine.
Just thinking about the audience members. I would like to invite 2 people to the table for this conversation. One is Mr. Craig Hatfield. He is our Chief Operations Officer, and then also Doug Palmer. Doug Palmer is, I call him our transportation guru. He's helping us look at all of our routes and auditing and things like that. He has been part of our audits that we've done throughout this entire school year. So just inviting them to the table. And the purpose of this conversation is really to make sure we just have ongoing dialogue before we take a vote on what's on the agenda, but also to answer any questions that you might have. So as you know, just to give a little context, we have been looking at, before we get into the impractical piece specifically, we have been looking at transportation very, very diligently, particularly over the last, I'm going to say year, 18 months or so. What I mean by that is we have heard loud and clear from our community that they expect K through 12 busing. And that came up during our first levy cycle. And so as we started to hear that voice and certainly listen to that voice, we started to really, not only from a financial aspect with Mr. Zink, but just a actual like tires on the road, routes, efficiency, all of those things, we started to look at transportation in detail, which is particularly where Mr. Palmer comes into play, being his expertise, that we wanted to make sure we were being as efficient as possible so that, again, we said publicly in the last kind of levy discussion that if there is a way to make K through 12 transportation happen, that is what we want to do. And so we have been examining again, not only our routes and efficiency, but the number of buses we have. This next school year, we're going to be looking at school schedules and master schedules to see if there's any tweaking there that we can do also. We've been looking at the financial aspects of other districts. And so in that, part of it was looking at our non-public entities and where we transport students, which then brought up all of the variety of impracticality. Now, yes, we have done that in years past. I mean, we've had that on numerous board agendas since I've been here. And so I think one of the questions is what has changed, right? Or what might have changed. And I think it's really doing the due diligence to look at the variety of factors that are set forth that determine impracticality of a route. And so we'll kind of tag team it here. But there are 6 factors that are looked at with impracticality. And I can say those off the top of my head, or we can tag team, but it's everything from the distance from a home school to a school that you're transporting. It's the cost per rider. It's the number of riders on a bus. What else am I forgetting?
You're forgetting that you also had to contact all the surrounding school districts to see if there was any way to collaborate on that. The 6th factors is one of the factors is that the last one is that you look and ask the surrounding districts if there's a way to collaborate on routes or transport your students. And then also how it impacts your school day and your schedule and how that busing schedule changes based on the time and bell schedules of the non-public schools.
So just to go over those 6 criteria again, the time and distance required to provide the transportation, the number of pupils to be transported, the cost of providing transportation, whether similar or equivalent services are provided to other eligible pupils, whether the additional service unavoidably disrupts current transportation schedules, and whether other reimbursable types of transportation are available. So those are kind of the 6 factors that are looked at. We also had a conversation, and Mr. Hatfield and I did, about ridership on a bus, right? A bus normally holds around 50 people, 50 to 60 kids, depending on the size of the kid. And so we had a conversation about what is deemed full, if you will, knowing that some of the schools that we're talking about would never reach the number of 60. Now, some do, right? But we also knew that some would not. And so we were looking at a threshold of about 50% ridership. So we took that number down to about 20 to look at. As long as we had 20 riders on a bus, we felt that that was a good use of that bus. And tell me if I'm misspeaking here, Mr. Hatfield, but in the past, we have had buses with children, like 6 children on a bus, 4 children on a bus. And while that is certainly helpful to the families that use that bus, from a fiscally responsible aspect of our district, if you do cost per pupil, a bus costs about $100,000 for a route. If there are 4 children on that bus, that's $25,000 per student per child. And so again, our threshold for occupancy, full occupancy of a bus was, again, 20 children. And so that is the threshold at which we started. Some of those automatically were below the 20. Some of those were in 30, 31. Some of those were right on the borderline. And then we started to look at all of those 6 factors in conjunction to make that determinant of eligibility or ineligibility or impracticality.
And one of the cost measures that Mr. Palmer had worked on is, even though you may have had 30 to 35 within that category, it could have been more than one bus. So essentially, that cost, we're having 2 buses for maybe that 35, just due to logistics, increases that per pupil cost as you're doing the audit and the inspection of what the capacity and what needs to be done when it comes to how many students, so forth and so on. And that was one of the analogies and logistics that Mr. Palmer worked on, was basically looking at all of our non-pubs, providing an audit and information so we could look and determine, what we would consider on the date of impracticality of what buses we would provide, and the list, so we could start the notifications out. And that was something Mr. Palmer had worked on, as we did per building, per Lakota school, to the location of the student within the district, to the location of the school that they were attending.
And it was also done per child. It was every child's transportation was evaluated. While it looks like it was done school-wide, it was actually done per child, according to the statute.
We can certainly take questions, so feel free.
There have been a lot of questions raised about the timing and notification and making sure that we met the statutory requirements. So would you please address some of the practicality around timing?
So I would like to take us back in time just a little bit tonight to 2020, when these timeframes were put in. Before the school board could deem a child's transportation impractical, after the start of school, when you started to see how many children were on the bus. And if you had a bus that looked like it was impractical, you could deem that transportation impractical at that time, even after school started. What the state representatives have done is they've mandated timeframes where the determination needs to be made 30 days before school starts. And so that time frame is why this happens during the summer now and during this time frame. When before you could wait until school was in session. You can't wait anymore unless it's a late request. Now if it's a late request, the determination needs to be made within 14 days of that request coming in. So all of those time frames are in statute that we followed very closely. But that's part of that why it's done the way it is done now. It's changed every year. The statutes are the last 2 budget cycles have created new policy, and the Department of Education and Workforce have created new instructions and new requirements on submitting that information. And so it's changed every year. It's changed the last 4 years. And that's probably a question that's really hard for our parents to understand, is why now? It's also because our busing costs have gone up dramatically over time. I mean, the cost of a new bus is over 50% higher than what it was in 2020. Parts cost are up even more than that, sometimes 80 to 90% higher priced parts than what they were. And when you're talking about that vehicle, you can't put off maintenance and you can't put off repairs. That bus has to be maintained as though it was new. These are all driving costs of transportation, and those are all factors that go into this determination of impractical.
I think also something, and this was a question I had for our team today after we got so many emails, was to make sure, we had some ongoing dialogue. The actual determination for impracticality of transportation is different than the communication and when it was received. I think a lot of parents are thinking that 30-day window is from their notification to the start of school. It is not. It is when the district has determined, again, that number that we talked about, that 20 and things like that, that date is actually when the determination is made to be impractical, and that is when the 30 days starts counting. It is not from the day the communication was received by a family. The other piece of that, and this helped me kind of understand some pieces too, was that, as you can imagine, that statute that everybody kind of referenced, it's pretty ambiguous on even what is the start of school. Are we using the Lakota start of school? Are we using Roger Bacon or All Saints? And what I mean by that is we used, our start of school, the earliest that we had, but as you can imagine, depending on which school you're looking at, even the code doesn't speak to that. The other thing, I know a question in the audience was about how are new families who are continuing to enroll informed. So when a family enrolls, they have 14 days, whenever they enroll, they have 14 days to request transportation, and then again, those determinations are made. So I just wanted to clarify, I know that was a question about what of our new enrollees. Again, a new enrollee, they have 14 days to request transportation, and then again, that's why you see those impracticality resolutions kind of throughout the year, is because we always have a constant flux of enrollees. Start of the year, as I explained to Mr. Wynn this weekend when we were speaking, there's a heavy flux at the beginning of the year and at the semester, but because we have constant enrollees, that's why you see that come out throughout the year, because we do have families who opt for or try to select for transportation.
And that coincides with basically, the waiver that was discussed, as well as the payment in lieu of transportation. So that 14 days, that can be submitted, and then conversations could be had as we move through the next portion as to what that may or may not be from a state minimum to maximum payment in lieu of transportation.
Can you speak to how that amount is determined?
That's in code, and it's 50% of the average cost of transporting a child in Ohio. So that average cost, the minimum is 50%, the maximum is 100% of that average cost. And the state reports all of the children that are transported by bus, and then all of the costs, and they divide that cost by the number of students, and that's how they come up with the average cost of transporting a student.
How much money per year do we save if we declare all the routes here impractical?
So just for reference, a bus route is $100,000. So I'm going to take a number. I think there's approximately, is it 10 or 12? 12. That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check. Right now there are 12 schools on that list. So that is $1.2 million.
I hope you can see kind of where what I'm alluding to, but what is the long-term cost? Actually, I'll even narrow it. One fiscal year, if this levy fails in November, what is one fiscal year cost of maintenance if that levy fails?
Ben, I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
Well, if the levy fails and it's a count on, hey, maybe we can just get by 5149, but I think a lot of the parents in this audience are taking notes on what we do here tonight. And let's say, just one family here is the difference between make it or break it in November. I think $1.2 million is a very low cost to incur in comparison to what happens if this levy fails. We need all the goodwill we can get in November.
I agree. I 100% agree. I would also urge us to remember that this community wants K through 12 busing. And I often joke that there's not the money river in the back. We cannot, to be more efficient in transportation, we have to look at all aspects of that system. And I think we're trying to do that, all aspects of the system, not just impractical routes. We're trying to look at schedules. We're trying to look at considering, do we need another bus depot? Like, we're trying to look at all aspects to get to that. And so I think $1.2 million, $1.2 million is a lot of money. You compound that over multiple years, that could be a determination of how to bring K through 12 busing back quicker. Not just impracticality alone. I want to state that. Impracticality alone is not going to get us to K-12 busing. We have to look at all facets of busing, from the number of routes to non-pubs to start times and bell times to depot. All of that has to be looked at in conjunction. So I don't want to make it sound like this is something in isolation that will solve that problem. But I think we do have to look at it in a very multifaceted way to look at a long-term range of being able to offer K through 12 busing. But again, I don't want to say that this alone will fix that problem.
So when we talk about busing, as a parent, it's a very personal issue, right? It's my child getting to their school of choice, right? But I want to ask a couple questions just to make sure that everyone's clear. Mr. Hatfield, are we busing students in 10th, 11th, or 12th grade anywhere in the district today?
No.
Are we busing some out of district to private schools?
I'm sorry, for non-pub?
Non-pub?
High school.
No. Is there a number of athletic teams that do not have transportation to their events in this district?
True.
And are we transporting students in our district to field trips?
We have, they have to be approved. There is a process. So that could be systematic, but yes, that does occur.
It does occur, but is not uniformly across the
It's not
district.
uniformly, no.
I know as a parent who has had to fundraise for buses to go to a field trip, right? And I think that's what makes this so hard as a parent to hear, is there are so many struggles with transportation in this district, and it has been since I moved in here 15 years ago. And I've had a daughter start in kindergarten and go through 12th grade and graduate, and it feels like it's still there. And so when we talk to our community about the fact that we need funding to provide the basics, and we hear stories about, the one service I get is transportation, you're not alone. And for 3 years now, this is a hard meeting that we have, because it is affecting individuals who are being told no on the one thing that they were thought they had. Unfortunately, it's not unique in this district, given our challenges. And what I want to make sure of is, as we've talked about the complexity of transportation, was this decision for these individuals who are being affected this year made because of budget cuts or cost savings, or was it because it was deemed impractical when we looked at the cost to transport them versus the cost that it should cost to transport students to school?
Yeah, you are correct. I mean, the one thing that we really prioritized when Mr. Pullman and I got started was our efficiency. And because of the lack of efficiency, which we had felt that Lakota was essentially not where we needed to be. That was not only within our district, but also the non-pub. So that's why when we started doing the audit and the assessment, we were looking at holistically across the board, Lakota students as well as all of our non-pubs, and trying to break down each one of those entities with the bell times, which would coincide with how many buses we had, the ridership, the amount of time to get there. So a lot of those factors were basically involved, so we could try to determine the best solution, so that we were fair, and we met those 6 guidelines that the state manufactures for us to follow. Doug, you can add to some of that.
One thing I would like the board to know is I'm a proponent of getting children on school buses. My grandfather was a school bus driver. He was the first school bus driver in Henry County when they closed their one-room schoolhouses going to school in the city. So I'm a proponent of getting kids on buses. The last thing I like to do is recommend that transportation be deemed impractical or ineligible to students. That is not comfortable for anyone. In fact, I've worked with our state legislators on getting transportation payment and consortiums for the non-public schools to band together to get that working. I've worked with both the senators and the House members. And they're considering it, but they have these fears. And I said that to them, I said, that transportation to the non-public schools, because they don't have the tax base, because they don't have the resources, the state should just fund that at 100%, but they won't fund it 100% for the public districts either to do that transportation. And this is where the yin and the yang comes. But what we're really talking about is equity. How do we treat one section differently or at a higher level than we treat other students? And your non-public schools draw from your entire district. It's not just one area like your neighborhood schools. I mean, that's where they go to school in that one area. And that makes bus routes shorter, that makes everything more efficient. But when you're drawing from the entire district, there's just not a good way to create that efficiency.
Yeah, and I think, I agree, I think that's one of the challenges of our district being as geographically spread out as it is. It's hard to understand how the numbers of a total enrollment going to a school get divided out to be so hard to cover. I know we have those discussions with the transportation. We've been looking at that as well as, for efficiency, can we have students on the bus longer to try to drive that efficiency? But at some point, there's just, you can't spend longer on a bus than you are in the classes, right? So thank you for looking into that for me.
When we talk about distance, too, I just want to clarify. When we talk about distance, I know that I even think one of the parents spoke today that she hadn't gotten a letter. When we talk about distance, we don't talk about the school where the child is going. So, for instance, your child, you might live in Shawnee, and it's within a distance to travel from Shawnee to, I'm going to make this up, to Cincinnati Christian. But if you live in Independence, it's out of the range of the 30 minutes. Is that correct? So it's not, you have to look at where the home school is.
Yeah, the home school.
And not necessarily just because a bus is going there.
And I
that
think,
correct?
I don't think we've done a good job of that in the past. Meaning we've kind of looked at, if we're going to that school, we're going to that school versus, to your point, where is the home school actually, and does it meet that distance requirement?
And we do this, we evaluate every year for efficiency, like you said. We evaluate so that's why you may have had transportation in the past, and then this year, just because of the efficiency of routes. This is none of us up here like this. None of us up here like to tell a family no, or that we don't want to transport their child to school. We believe you should be able to pick wherever you'd like your child to go. It just sometimes gets harder because of the fact that it does become efficient. You are sending buses with 5 or 6 children. It's hard to reconcile for me too, because we have children that go to Lakota District in our district that don't get busing because they live farther than a mile from the school. So there's even a struggle within our own district, oh my goodness, to transport students within our district. And I struggle every year with this. I would love to be able to transport everybody, but I also know that we have financial limitations. And if you look at the 5-year forecast, it's a little bit of a bleak picture. But
It's also interesting, in our finance meeting today, we did talk about the transportation costs, and there is actually a fairly significant change in the 5-year forecast outlook, because typically we had built in under 3% for the growth in that factor, and now it's been brought up to 6%, looking back at what has actually happened for the last 6 years, as my understanding, as presented in the Finance Committee. So that will lead into that next conversation of seeing a 6% transportation increase, and we went out to bid hoping that there would be some efficiencies that we would gain there and that we might get some lower bids, and in fact it went the other direction, and it did not end where we hoped it would. And again, it's caused us to have to use every lens that we have to see how we can possibly become more efficient, because 6% in a significant budget item, it becomes problematic. It's kind of like the same thing we look at with class sizes. There might be a child whose whole goal is to get to X class, but if only 6 kids sign up for that class or 10 kids sign up for that class, it's kind of the same thing. We deem it essentially impractical and say we can't do that class because it's not efficient for our students, despite we would love to offer everything to every student.
I think to that, I don't remember which, it was a parent communication, I don't remember exactly which one, but somebody mentioned that, I mentioned the number 20. They were like, well, we have 35 or we have 40 kids that go to that school. The problem is those 35 or 40 children are spread over 4 buses, right? So if they were all on one bus, that might be feasible, but they're not because of their locale and how they're spread out. That's where you get 4 buses to actually transport 35 children, and that's where, again, that was part of the discussion, to make sure that it's not just the total number going to that school, it's how many buses are needed to be able to cover all of that effectively.
We are unique in that 63
Just to add to
square
Dr.
miles.
Wiley's point, for example, the two buses that were delivering to such non-pub actually had 4 total that were going throughout the district and then getting to those 2 buses for a shuttle then to get those 2 over. And that's some of the things that's been created from a creativity standpoint that tried to be as efficient as we could in years past. But you did make a note earlier about if you're in a northern part of the district and you may be going to a school outside of our district, we did not do as well possibly with determining eligibility. So you were spending a lot of time over a larger area of our district to transport those students. Because there is a difference between eligible and ineligible as well as the impracticality side of it.
I know another request of some of our parent communications were that we pull the resolution from the agenda. And one of the questions that I asked Mr. Palmer today, I said, is that even a possibility, right? And it's actually not, because when the determination is made to be impractical, again, not the communication, but when the determination is made to be impractical, it has to go on the next board meeting. So again, when we made the determination, the next board meeting is tonight, and so we can't pull that from the agenda. We would need to take, again, some sort of action by vote of what that is, because it does say in that it is the next board meeting after that determination has been made.
Alex, do you have anything to say?
I think most of my questions have been kind of covered by what other people have asked. I guess the only other question I'll ask is, I know we've had a bus driver shortage over the past few years. Has that gotten any better, or what does that look like?
I'll let Craig and I both tag team this. If we're lucky enough to have enough drivers to actually do the day-to-day routes, the sub piece is even more critical, because as we know, people get ill, people have life events, people have those. So when you take, the actual bus driver on our normal ridership is hard enough to find, but then when you add the needed subs over that, every year we start out okay, but then, like I said, as people have life events and medical needs, those subs become harder and harder to find, the quantity that we need. My first year, I'm pleased to say that the first year we had no canceled bus routes. Last year, we did have some canceled bus routes. Not a ton like we did the year before, prior to me getting here, but we worked really hard with our Peterman Transportation to get subs and drivers, but it is a constant need that you're never quite at the number that you need, right? You always need a little more just to not only fill the routes, but also have the appropriate buffer as people have life events that you need to be able to fund. So the long and short of it is, yes, right now, but as things change throughout the year, that sub piece becomes even more delicate.
So to answer the question, one of the ways they tried to attract drivers and deal with the shortage is they've raised the pay, which then raises the cost. So it's this constant cycle of who's paying the most, where can I go? Drivers can pick and choose districts now. They can choose companies. It's a different landscape than what it was before COVID. And I'm not trying to make an excuse. I'm trying to explain what's really changed.
And is my understanding correct that we offer, like CDL trainings and things like that, or the people who hire the bus drivers do, and then a lot of times they'll even say, all right, it's Christmas time, I'm going to go work for UPS or Amazon.
Peterman, our bus, they have a dedicated individual. They actually have 1.5, I think, recruiters, just to be able to keep up with the need. And so that was actually something, again, the year before I came, they realized when we had so many canceled routes that it was not ideal for our families and our community. And so they actually hired 1.5 recruiters. But to Mr. Palmer's point, you're paying for those services, right? Just as you're paying for that increase in bus drivers, then you get your contract back and it's a little higher because it has recruiters in it. So you're kind of chasing each other as you're doing it. Yes, you're getting some benefits from that, but at the same time, it drives those costs up, which is why I think we see the inflation that we see in the 5-year forecast of needing to change that percentage because of what transportation is costing.
Are there any other
Well, number one, I think it's perhaps appropriate that it's storming before this decision, because it is a difficult one. But again, and I think, Doug, you talked about it, it's an uncomfortable decision for us, but for the people here, and people aren't able to be here, it's more than just uncomfort. Now, I got a call from a parent at midnight, because I'm a teenager, I'm up at midnight. But I got a call from somebody at midnight who says that, for her it's not necessarily horrible, it's an inconvenience, but she doesn't work, her husband does, that they're just going to have to figure that out. But people like my home, both of my parents work, and it's more than just uncomfort, it is flipping work schedules. And, it might be that it is just, the 30 days after when we passed this resolution declaring of impracticality. But I think the very big important piece there is that they weren't notified. And this is the biggest crowd that we've had in my tenure on the board, at least. And I think there's a reason to that, because people do feel that they got the carpet pulled out from underneath them. And so just as a segue, Adam, the average house in Westchester and Liberty Township is about $457,000. Can you guesstimate how much each person per year, now I know we got a reappraisal, but how much each family contributes in property taxes to this district? Sorry to put you on the spot, but it's your last meeting and I figure I'd get everything out of you.
I'm thinking on the whole tax bill.
Okay.
The whole tax bill would be somewhere in the neighborhood of around $6,500.
Okay.
Lakota getting about 58% of that in Westchester.
All right. So, whether you use Lakota or not, you're giving $4,000, $5,000 to this district?
That would be somewhere in the neighborhood.
Okay. And, I don't know how much people are getting back with reimbursements over this. But again, I mean, I started working at a factory in Springboro. Every 2 weeks, it's like $1,000. And now you tell me that I worked my entire summer just to pay a district that my kids don't attend. And now I don't have kids in the district. I respect that. But, where I work is a lot of people receive my same pay. But, now some of these people you have kids, right, with the paycheck that I have. You're telling them that they worked an entire summer to pay property taxes to a district their kids don't attend, and the one service that they do use is cut this year. Now, what I would ask this board to consider is similar to what we did with the ASC. Maybe it is impractical, but then give the families a little bit more time. The fact that we did this and they got notified just within, now again, we did it before 30 days, but they get notified within 30 days of the beginning of the school year. How about maybe next year we consider doing this in May so they have the entire summer to plan this out? I think that would at least be a respectful compromise between, again, all the work that you've done. I don't want to discount that, all the work that you guys have done, but also the personal note that these people are going to have to flip around their entire work schedule to now react to this and respond to this. And, again, if they do contest this, they won't get an answer until they're already well into having reworked their entire work schedule. And I think that, again, that would be a respectful compromise and garner a heck of a lot of goodwill with the people that are pissed off on this. Excuse my French.
I'd like to make one comment to that. So when our state legislators looked at how they could improve transportation, and they did make an attempt to improve transportation, one of the things they asked in 3327-016 was that the non-public schools give their calendar and their starting and end times to the public schools for routing purposes. But that didn't go quite far enough, because that's like, does Amazon or FedEx stop at your house every day to check on a package? You have to know where the kids are, right? And that's the part that didn't get transferred as far as information. And so when you're not getting the information on who you're going to transport, when you're not getting the request for transportation, it's really hard to plan the route and know where you're at. And unfortunately, this is what happens almost in every district, is that it's July, end of July, beginning of August before the people finally decide or to make that request. And if those requests would come in April, you absolutely have more time to make those determinations and get that out. And I don't disagree with that, I do. But when you're working off of what the parents submit and those in that time frame, right, you have to know the full scope, you have to know how many kids are going. And so if half the parents do it early and half the parents do it late, you're still stuck with the late as what you have to work with. So
I respect that, but, you know, can we maybe cross that bridge when we get to it?
The only thing I'll add was we did start early. In previous years, it was a paper application. So one of the things that we tried this year, just so it was more systematic and streamlined, was to have the application on our website. So immediately once the parent could see that, they could register and the notification process would be started. But there was a flux of when those parents were applying, essentially, so you had to take it in waves, and that sort of preempted us from the decision of it going over into July just to make that determination on what we were considering deeming impractical.
So when was that live, that online registration form?
That was done at the end of the school year.
Okay. And
Yeah,
how much,
we started it.
how much communication went out to families who use the services regarding, like,
we,
hey,
we
switched
posted it
over?
on website, and I think from social media from that perspective, but it's a bad time also because it is a summer, you know, with
Yep.
vacations and what have you, but we made it as automatic and that we could as compared to the last many years, because it was a paper trail that had to be mailed back before on the application.
I also think, just because I don't want to lose this thought, I think Ms. Casper said earlier, transportation is evaluated each and every year differently, right? Just like non-pubs, everybody's transportation. So I don't want someone to think that if we were to delay or wait a year, that doesn't necessarily mean that you would have transportation or not have transportation. You have to, what I mean is it's a year-to-year decision. I think there's this idea of, well, I've had transportation, I always will get transportation. That's not the case because of you have to look at the different riders, you have to look at the different routes, you have to look at all of that collectively because all of those things, in all total 6 of those things make the complete decision. So I just, like, yes, we could, to Ben's point, you could postpone it, but I don't want somebody to think that they would be in the same boat or a different boat next year come this discussion because it is evaluated each and every year.
I don't want to take any time if somebody else wants to talk. Okay. You know, if the board votes no on this, right, what happens to their transportation? Is it still there? Or because we put the impracticality resolution, it's not there anymore? What happened to that?
So they, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but transportation would go into place for those families. But I do want to stress, you cannot, so let's say you can't pull that back.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a belief of, could I start the year, you maybe do some more timed runs or something like that, and then decide? You can't do that in the state model. The state model is you start without, then you can do some different things or different steps, and then you could add it back in, like, because some families received notification about that they would need some timed run aspects, but you can't start with it and then pull it away. So I just want to clarify
But until
that.
the next school year, is that correct?
Until the next school year.
Okay, so if the resolution doesn't go through, these families would have their transportation this year,
Mhm.
and we don't pull it through the school year, but next May, well, probably, June, early June, we consider, or I guess it could do late May, I don't know when the school year ends.
And I want to make sure I'm speaking correctly, the only families that would be considered are new enrollees who would look at transportation, sign up 14 days within that window, right? They would be evaluated.
Okay.
Mhm.
But we could, like, even if we delay this, everyone still has transportation, they know it's on the horizon, they get back with their respective interest groups, tell other families, but they'd still have transportation this year and have a whole school year to react.
My understanding is it changes yearly, so
Correct.
that may not be a possibility. It could be, but it changes yearly. We could be in the same boat next year. We vote on this every year at this time, and we could be in the same boat next year. at this time because of the way that the forms get sent back, the audits are done. My understanding was also that there was a letter to some families that said we needed to evaluate, and we would, and correct me if I'm wrong, we would need to evaluate, and that they would need to provide transportation for the first couple of weeks of school until we could get a better handle on timing and distance. My understanding, again, is it's hard to do a practice route on June 12th at noon.
Well, because as somebody mentioned,
Because that's
traffic,
not true traffic.
traffic looks different at the start of school than it does.
So I thought is that still a thing where there
There are some
families that were
schools,
told-
there are some schools and families that have to have timing routes associated with them, yes, and those families got a different letter than the ones I think that are generally spoken of tonight. I do, to answer Ben's point specifically about if it were not approved at tonight's meeting, I just want to clarify, we would be sitting at about 191 buses. I just want to clarify that. As we had talked as a Board of Education, one of the reasons that we had been charged at is looking at all aspects of busing, not just in practicality, all aspects of busing. And we were hoping to be looking at a different number than 191 buses with various different things, like, again, beyond just the impracticality piece. But if this was not approved tonight, we would be sitting at least 191 buses.
Yeah, and just a quick note is some of the schools that are on this list, now granted there are new ones, essentially that were basically spoken about tonight, but there's also schools on this list that had not been transferred because you bring the entire list. Some of them have been deemed impractical for years. So they would be forthcoming back onto the routing system.
Which would mean more than 191
It would
buses?
be more.
And then that's why I say, so to Ben's point, and I want to make sure I'm clear on this, to Ben's point, you might make the people sitting here tonight happy, and some of the people who had never gotten transportation before might come on the list, but next year, they might go back off the list. Because it's a year-to-year evaluation, you just never know. Like I said, the ridership and all of those pieces change.
And let me make sure I'm understanding correct, then the people who have historically already been deemed impractical would come on. So we're actually looking at much more than 12 routes. Wouldn't it
Correct.
be? So potentially we're opening a very deep can of spend that
Correct.
we've already historically deemed as impractical.
Correct.
Thank you.
If I can just note one thing, my concern isn't whether these people sitting here are happy or not. I've been in a room full of people who hate me. But it comes from my own personal mindset, which is these are people who only use one service from Lakota. They pay property taxes. They vote for our levies. They support our levies. We heard that in public comment. And this is just really screwing them last minute. And they're taking notes. And again, I would just, without trying to sound repetitive, I would just ask this board to consider delaying this particular action until next year. Again, a lot of things have changed this year. I understand that things will change next year with reevaluating the bus routes. But we changed from paper to digital. I know ASC, we changed the deadline, and so we extended that deadline because, we were like, okay, you guys have been caught somewhat unaware. Fine, we'll grant you this one sort of, for lack of a better word, reprieve, right? The other thing is, could we do, because I understand, July, 2nd traffic isn't going to be the same as a school day traffic, but could you do a route tests in like May 15th, May 14th, and then have something similar to this by June?
So according to the administrative code, both schools have to be in session to do a timing route.
Right.
So
But we could do it in May and then have something like this considered in June earlier, correct?
And I want to also clarify, the reason we waited and didn't make any determinations until July 13th was we wanted to make sure that everyone had a chance to request transportation. It wasn't to rule anybody out or to make it hard for parents. We also wanted to make sure we were capturing the right amount of students to make the cost, all of those factors work.
If you made this,
Sorry. And I'm simple sometimes, but the way that I'm following this conversation, right, is the more applicants that we have and the bigger populations, the better likelihood of actually being able to deem it practical and include them, versus if you did it in waves and had half the people respond, that's going to dilute it and make it look worse from a practicality standpoint,
Yeah,
right?
because
So the intent is actually to get as much deemed practical as possible once we know our true costs that would be incurring, correct?
That's a good point, because if you do it too early and those registrations are not there, you could be deeming something impractical where there's another phase of possible students coming in. And then once it's deemed impractical, there's no changing.
Okay. Thank you.
Julie?
same point.
Anybody else? Okay.
May I just real quickly? So CHCA is 31 students on this list. Maybe I miscounted because I wasn't, numbered.
And talking to your microphone.
31 students for CHCA, 30 students for Liberty Bible, and 28 for Baden. I'm rough estimating 89 students. I'm just going to say one kid per household, and I took the low end of Adam's estimate. That's $4,000. So 89 families times 4,000. That's $356,000. 3.5 buses that these families who rely on these services are paying for Lakota. And now they're not going to get anything. And again, this is the one service they use. So I'm not saying that we never declare anything else impractical ever again or consider saving $1.2 million. But I think with this, what has changed, and with people being caught unaware because of, I guess another good question would be historically, how late do we usually notify families? But again, these are families who've been caught unaware, giving somewhere in the ballpark of $350,000 to this district. And I understand 1.2 is, very, nice to save. But I would also not discount the input that families who don't use Lakota as a district for their kids, but still can contribute to this district.
But Ben, what he said is that 30 students, and I'm making this up, to CHCA doesn't mean we're picking up 30 students at one location.
I understand.
It could mean that 4 of those students out of 30 are on one bus, and 8 out of those students are on another bus. That's the part that becomes a challenge, to be able to figure that out. And,
I understand that.
Again, nobody likes doing this. Nobody wants to put families in hardships. We all want to try to service everyone, but the fact remains there is only one pot of money to do some of these things. And I will say, I don't like the analogy of let's give these people busing so they vote for the levy. That's not right. We make decisions based on what is best for every student and try to do what's best for every community member. And I hate doing this. I absolutely hate doing this. But I'm trying to do what's best for this district and being fiscally responsible and making sure that we can meet all of the challenges. So I don't want to have that be our mindset. I want us to do what we can within our financial reality. So I want to take, people are free to vote however they choose for whatever reason they choose. However, to try to dangle carrots to get votes, I feel uncomfortable with that kind of thought process, I guess.
If I can speak to the flip side of that, the parent who called me at midnight said that, well, this feels like we didn't approve your levy, and so the first person we went after were the non-public schools, and we cut your busing.
Well, that's not what happened. We can't correct perception. That isn't what happened. And I mean, we also heard that we didn't that we've taken away other things. I think we have to be cognizant of, yeah, it's a tough decision, but we're not punishing people. We are not in the business of punishing people. And we can't continue to have that mindset. We don't do that. I mean, I realize that is the perception, but we can't sit at this table and basically pay for votes. I think that's inappropriate.
Can I ask one more question? I know there's
Yes.
probably a desire to move on, but I just, for my reassurance, I think I know the answer, having been in a lot of the discussions around transportation, but, my assumption is you guys were looking at each individual to make this individual and looking at data on the routes, the number who would be, and the distance, right? You weren't just doing my really bad napkin math of some proxies to kind of come up with costs, right? This was a detailed plan looking at the individual circumstances, correct?
It was very detailed. It was very detailed, and it was very equitable. All 6 factors had to be met before we brought this to you tonight. So it was an equitable decision on our part, as painful as it is. And I do feel the parents' pain. I do. I mean, it's not, and I said that before, that I'm a pro-busing person. I want to see everybody on buses. But unfortunately, this is where equitable service is. If you overspend on transportation, you lose other areas of educational services for students, and it's just the way it works.
It's a balance.
Thank you.
Okay, we appreciate you both being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Zink, you are up. Is there just one page, Adam? There's a lot of copies there.
Hopefully.
I get my computer to turn on.
There we go.
Let's try it. All right, can everybody hear me? Coming through okay? All right, so it's that time of year where we're going to talk about the first draft of a 5-year forecast. We are on a different timeline this year. It's fully phased in now that forecasts were due in November and in May. Now the timeline has been changed where they are due by the end of August and then again in February. So this will mark the first submission that'll kind of put us back on that every 6-month cadence. Gives plenty of time for budget commissions as well as districts to kind of plan for levies and whatnot as the future unfolds. Okay, so again, to overview, we'll talk about what a forecast is. This is just a draft. This will come to you at the August 24th meeting by Mr. Bertram, as I will not be here any longer. There we'll talk about the revenues, expense, and then planning at the end. So the forecast, it is now a financial forecast, which is supposed to have 4 years of estimates and 3 years of actuals. We are still including 5 years into the forecast, as we did in February of this past school year. This is a legal requirement. The Department of Education will review this. The Auditor of State's Office review this. Anytime you begin a 3rd year out in deficit cash, that is overall deficit, that's when the department will come in, Department of Education will come in. They'll make you put together a recovery plan just to make sure that we have plans and what direction we're headed in. And then this is overall governance. This is where board and administration and the entire team can kind of get a feel for where we're going and plan accordingly based around the needs. So on the revenue side, we have the big topic being the property tax reform. In House Bill 186, we did not get impacted by House Bill 186 because Lakota is not a 20 mil floor school district. However, you also have in House Bill 186, they had changes to the rollback. That will be an impact on all of the residents who own homes in the community. Right now, the owner-occupied credit is 2.5%. Over the next 4-year period, that will phase up to 12.5, sorry about that, 12.5, and the non-business credit, which is rental properties, that will then taper itself down and phase out. What that will mean for Lakota is we will see an increase in our line 1.050 of the forecast, and we will see a decrease into the property tax collection line. It's still the same property values, it's just state reimbursement versus if the property owners are paying it. Depends on what line that comes in. House Bill 335 impacted the inside millage. That is going to impact Lakota local schools. We have 6.49 mils on the inside, and what that's doing is it's putting an inflationary cap credit on that. So although at the previous meeting, Auditor Nix came and talked about 20% increases, the 20% increase will reduce down the effective millage. However, the inside millage will be capped at a inflationary deflator, which is going to be 9.29 mils. It's based on 3 prior years. So we do have that. So when we've built in this forecasted model, we've kept that at the 9.29 mils in order to avoid overstating future revenues. So it'll still come in at that mark. House Bill 129, that is fixed sum levies. Lakota also does not have fixed sum levies, so that will not impact us as well. And then we have House Bill 479. That is a double up of the homestead credit. So anybody that is in the district that has a homestead credit, again, that'll be a big increase in line 1.050, where we get the reimbursements from the state. It'll be a reduction on the tax bills for people that have the homestead. And that also goes along with the piggybacks that are Butler County put in for tax year 25. That was a reduction of Lakota. Another thing that the board will want to keep aware of is it is anticipated that we are going to have delayed collections. The county auditors across the state have had issues with the implementation in their software companies. Auditor Nix referenced this to get the tax bills out. Because of that, they've delayed the collection. So where we would normally see a settlement in September, that's where it may be closer to October to get those dollars in for the district. Big part of the state funding that we need to keep our eyes on is Lakota is the number 2 district in the state for the state guarantee. We are at $24.4 million. That is the equivalent, if the guarantee went away, of 4.57 mils. So if we were to meet status quo, if the state guarantee went away, that would be a 4.57 mils is what it would just take to just supplant those dollars. So that is very, very important that we keep eyes on that as we move forward. Payment in lieu of tax is another large revenue source for us. That's our abated properties that we're made whole on. We do have a lot of abatements. We are the number 1 district in the state of values of property that are in TIF districts and abatements. So we do get made whole on several of those. A few of those we do not, but that will be coming in calendar year 33. Tax year 32 is when those run off, and that's when we will be Union Center Boulevard as well as full on Voice of America, Tylersville area. That one's a 35%. Union Center's a 0 to Lakota local schools, $0. And then interest came in better this past year. When we had to do the forecast in February, we're kind of getting used to the cadence of the new timing. When we did the forecast in February, the feds were talking about 3, maybe 4 drops in interest. That would have negatively impacted us. We ended up coming in on the year about $1 million better because when the conflict broke out in the Middle East, we didn't have any rate reductions. So that kind of was good for our interest, bad for our fuel purchase on the expense side. So something to keep an eye on. So now on the expense salaries, we did in the bargaining agreement, we put in a longevity. The longevity we reviewed in Finance Committee as well. is going to, we believe, help very much with timing of staff and when we'll be able to forecast out retire replacements and help us get a better fix on exactly where we are with our biggest expenditures. Benefits have stabilized. We are projecting, me and Mr. Bertram's been working on this a lot in his transition on being able to have a stable forecast within the salaries and the benefits lines. That is going to be helpful. And then, as we mentioned, we've spoke a lot of just a little bit ago, programming, transportation being one of our big programs. That is right now estimated to be at about $25.8 million, and that is based on the 191 bus routes as you see in front of you right now. And I will add this onto board docs after we had a timing with Finance Committee to now, and so that's why I didn't want to put that up just yet. So transportation's in there. Other services, SRO contracts, we've based those, they're on the agenda tonight. That's also places where we're going to keep eyes on services. So between services, lines 3.010, which is salaries, benefits 3.020, and services 3.030, that's making up 95% of the budget. That's a big portion. We also have reserve accounts that we capture with the transfers. We're capturing those with the transfers. It's an ability for us to keep the expenditures in the funds where they belong. A lot of these would be extracurricular activities. This is where the district at this time is covering 75% of those expenditures, with the pay to participate picking up 25% of those expenditures. So by keeping those in the right funds, it's making the accounting for how much these programs and supplementals and all the stuff that goes into the after-school activities, it's helping us keep a good close eye on what the actual expenditures are within that. We also have severance payments. Severance payments in the reserve account's important. That's part of our negotiated agreements. We have to make sure that we can meet those obligations in the years out. And then, as we've talked about, we have curriculum in there as well. So those are our big buckets of the expense. Strategic plan is up and coming. Once we have that ironed out, it'll be very good to integrate that into the 5-year forecast and make sure that we can really align the programming projections of the district with the financial implications of that, so that we can get a fix on what the overall picture of that would look like. That plays into the goals, and then we'll continue. We'll continue even after my departure. We will continue to have meetings, I am sure, and pre-drafts and final drafts and revisions, and all of those on where we're at financially and what directions we're heading in. The work, I've said this before in my 4 years as the treasurer, the work that goes into these is what goes on all year. These are just the picture that's going to show kind of what the implications financially of the decisions that we make every day are. Tried to keep that as short as possible since we've...
For your final one, short and sweet.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little tired. It must be this rain that's blowing
I
in.
know.
Usually I get much more excited to talk about the 5-year forecast. So
Questions for Adam?
I think Mr. Wynn got me when he had me calculate taxes on the fly.
So we covered this a little bit in the Finance Committee meeting. So we talked about how we took the inflation that we're seeing for transportation go from 2.95% to 6%. That seems like one of the highest inflationaries that we're seeing in the big buckets. Is that accurate, or is there other ones that we should be eyeing as well as being very high from a year-over-year rate increase?
Well, we were on pace to see that within our benefits lines, but we made some plan changes a few years back. We saw some very large increases a few years back on that, and then some of the plan changes that we have made have also helped stabilize that to a decrease. However, in the transportation, when we look at that, we had found the last couple of years was 5-6%. We had been forecasting based on a 2.95%, and when you look at that 6-year average, that's where we were coming in just a little bit above 6, so we put that at 6. Something else to be aware of. If you look at fiscal year 30, every time you bring in the next year out, it always looks a little worse than the previous year's last year out. So I want everybody to be aware that when you look at these new assumptions that we have built in, property tax, some of the revenue, that didn't have the same impact on us because we weren't 20 mil floor district that some were seeing. However, in 30, back in February, we were deficit of about 12 million, and in this one it's 16. So that's really what the impacts of the transportation is looking like.
So it underscores the work that we're doing to try to optimize and figure out how to best manage transportation to drive efficiency.
And again, that along with some other things, we've checked in with HR this morning, just to make sure that the assumptions that we had are still in line with where they're seeing the actual students and the timing and when the programs are being delivered on. And I was told that they're going to confirm, we may be within 1 FTE of a decrease. That would also be a positive impact for what it's worth here, because we have about 1,200 teaching staff, only certified. Typically, I've calibrated to about plus or minus 5 FTEs because we can have fluctuations in attendance very quickly, and what buildings and the recalibration, and it's a lot of tough work that goes into how we can maximize not just on the transportation but as well as staffing.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Adam? Thank you, sir.
End of an era. The Zink era.
We let him off easy last time. All right, we will now take a motion and to enter to executive session to review details relative to the security arrangements and emergency response protocols, because disclosure of the matters discussed could reasonably be expected jeopardize the security of the Board of Education, see Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G6, to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, see Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G1A, and 3, to consider the purchase of property for public purposes because premature disclosure of information would give an unfair competitive or bargaining advantage to a person whose personal private interest is adverse to the general public interest. See Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G2A. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Adam, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Ms. Casper?
Yes, we will return. Okay, I am pulling us out of executive session, and we are at board action items, right? Yeah, 10. I need a motion for our board action items A through D, second read of policies, approve job descriptions, approve interim treasurer Randy Burton 7 additional transition days, and approval of the Lakota Support Organization manual. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. I thought you were seconding.
Yeah.
Your own. Sorry.
That's what I thought
I
you
got
were too.
confused.
Is there any discussion?
Wait, is the
And-
superintendent recommendations?
No, we're on board action items.
All right, sorry, I lost.
He's just getting eager. Eager. The policies, again, just a reminder, the three we are approving are attendance, which is basically around the House bill change, making sure that we have our IA policy, AI, not IA, our AI policy in place, and then also administrator language around those work calendars, which are just going to be removed from the policy but go into the AGs. And then those job descriptions, we're not actually changing the job description, we're changing the work calendar piece. Again, going from the 260 to the 250 and the 227 to the 248. So that's why you just see those as a litany and not the individual attached job descriptions, because it's a batch.
Approval of the sport organization manual. I realized that over the weekend, I realized that we didn't talk about that in agenda setting.
We did not.
First thing I thought of this morning was we need to get that on. The sport organization manual was reviewed with Jessica, I can't think of her last name, from the President's Council. That was back in March, maybe, and then it had been reviewed and
So have all of the changes that they requested and all of the
All
things
in.
they didn't understand, that were they made easier to understand?
we were told that it made it much easier, and it's a total of 10-page document now.
Jessica spoke to Alex and I on the way in and thanked Adam and Darian for a full day's work, basically.
It's been a while
on
back.
Sitting down and going through everything, and said how improved it was, and she was looking forward to our approval this evening and really appreciated the effort in revamping it.
Yeah,
She said she had a better understanding kind of what the reasons were for some of these things, and was going to take that back to President's Council to kind of work on some other best practices to help everyone else in President's Council understand too, I
Yeah,
think.
full transparency, if you wanted to even table it, I just didn't want it to be missed, because I'm running out of time. So-
I knew that you sat with her, so if you talked to her, that's great. Anything else? Any other discussion? Adam, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
Ms. Casper?
Yes. Treasurer's recommendations, 11, A through C, approval of board minutes, approval of monthly financials, and FY26 advance returns. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Adam, you want to talk about that?
We did have an amended minutes. That was a miss of we had that first public participation, and we just missed the box that would show who publicly participated, and so that was the only update to those minutes. Advanced returns is a standing item. Anytime we loan money out at the end of the fiscal year to another fund, then that fund has to pay it back, and we do that right away. So that's just a advanced return from what we advanced out last year. It's exactly what the advance was, it's just flipped, bringing it back to the general fund.
Any other questions or discussion for Adam? Mr. Zink, please call the roll.
Ms. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
Ms. Casper?
I need a motion for superintendent recommendation action items A through I, approve personnel items, summer pay hours contract, approve contracts, Butler County SRO MOU, Westchester SRO MOU, Southwestern Ohio Educational Purchasing Council member model resolution, employee dishonesty and faithful performance of duty policy in lieu of bond, approve field trips, approve resolution declaring transportation impractical for 26-27 school year, and approve donations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Can we vote these separately?
Can we what?
Can we take these item by item instead of collectively?
All item by item? All of them, or do you want to pull one out?
I think it's just easier. I'd like to pull the item D and E out separately.
D and E?
Yes.
I'd like to pull out.
Okay, let's
C
do them all separately.
That's why I figured it was easier.
Let's do them all separately. Do I have a motion to approve personnel items?
So moved.
Second. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Zink, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
Ms. Casper.
Yes. Summer hours, do I have a motion to approve summer pay hours?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do you want to talk, Dr. Lee, what this is?
Yes, it's curriculum and instruction, summer hours that have occurred.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Zink, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Schaefer.
Yes.
Mr. Argo.
Yes.
Mr. Horton.
Yes.
Mr. Wynn.
Yes.
Ms. Casper.
Yes. Item C, approved contracts. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
second? Any conversation, Dr. Whiteley? What is
There's
this?
two of these. It's the Butler County Educational Service Center and then the interim executive director of special education.
Yeah, I have a question about that. What is the per annum for the executive director?
What is the what?
Like her whole year salary?
Well, it depends on how many, I mean, she will turn in timesheets that I will sign. Worst case scenario, I think it's, if I did all the complete math and she worked all the days, I think it's around 180. But remember, she's a consultant, so she does not get that full pay because they pay into insurance and things.
What do we normally pay an executive director?
Executive directors right now, I'm going to say I could look on my AG, but I think it's around it was around 162.5 before the 3.5 pay increase.
Okay.
But again, she is a consultant. And again, remember, we did that process. We interviewed for an entire process. And so she is on a consultant contract. Again, I think it's for, she can either bill us by the day or she can bill us by the hour if she only works like half days.
So she's not getting the full 180, or?
She's up to that. If you worked out her entire contract, she's up to that. But again, she can have built-in days that she doesn't work if she doesn't need to and things like that. So that would be the max bill out that we would be.
Okay. And who's going to be responsible for, like, the timesheets and everything
Me.
like that? Okay.
Mhm.
You sign off, pay the invoices, everything like that. There's a paper trail?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Out of left field, do we have something similar for former superintendent, Mr. Vogelman?
We have a contract for Mr. Vogelman through the COG.
Okay. But like timesheets, everything like that, because I know we had I don't know what we had with him, but do we have something similar? Is that what this is?
No, this is,
This is for Dr. Wertzler to be the interim director of special education.
this is our special ed director.
Well, right, but just the timesheets and everything like, I'm just picking on
Yeah,
that aspect.
she submits her timesheets, she submits the scope of work that she does per the contract, and she turns that in.
Does Mr. Vogelman have to do that?
He works for
He works for the
He doesn't
COG.
work for us.
Okay, well, I thought he worked for us, when he was working for us, or? what was-
He does various projects and work for us, yes, through the
Okay.
COG,
Through the COG.
through the Central Ohio organization that they abbreviate and call it the COG.
Okay. I'm not sure I understand, but I'll follow up with you on that.
Okay.
If you don't, yeah.
Any other questions? Mr. Zink, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Schaefer.
Yes.
Mr. Argo.
Yes.
Mr. Horton.
Yes.
Mr. Wynn.
No.
Ms. Casper.
Yes. Item D, approve the Butler County SRO MOU. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Dr. Whiteley, do you want to speak to the?
Yes, the two MOUs there are basically, there's two small changes. One is not really a change. There was a proposed change around some reporting pieces, but we haven't changed that. That language is the same. The only other is some access pieces around district access, and we have defined what that would look like in the reporting process for that.
Any questions? Mr. Zink?
Ms. Schaefer.
Yes.
Mr. Argo.
Yes.
Mr. Horton.
No.
Mr. Wynn.
Yes.
Ms. Casper.
Yes. Item E, a motion to approve the Westchester SR MOU.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? It's the same as Westchester, Dr. Whiteley?
Yes, they're exactly the same.
Any questions?
This was that or and thing?
This is the and/or, and then the reporting piece for the SIS.
Okay.
Same as, Butler County. Mr. Zink, please call the roll.
Ms. Schaefer.
Yes.
Mr. Argo.
Yes.
Mr. Horton.
No.
Mr. Wynn.
Yes.
Ms. Casper.
Yes. Item F, Southwestern Ohio Educational Purchasing Council member model resolution, employee dishonesty and faithful performance of duty policy in lieu of bond. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Do you want to tell us what that is, Dr. Wiley?
Yeah, it's in regard to our new EPC insurance policy group we're working with in regard to liability, fleet, and property damage. And basically the EPC requires a board resolution authorizing the use of insurance in lieu of a bond for an employee who has dishonesty and faithful performance of duty coverage as authorized by House Bill 291.
Any questions? Mr. Zink?
Ms. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
Ms. Casper?
Yes. Item G, approve field trips. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Field trips to, this is the band.
This is actually, there's one to Hudson Invitational, and I think that is our only one, but just double check. Yeah, there's only one to a Hudson Invitational for varsity golf.
Oh, that's right, golf, I thought it was. Any questions? Please call the roll, Mr. Zink.
Ms. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Ms. Casper?
Yes. Item H, approve resolution declaring transportation impractical for the 26-27 school year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there additional discussion?
What would my Robert's rules is failing me, but could we potentially table this?
We cannot table it because of the timing of the ORC
Right.
is what they were saying
It has
earlier.
to be brought onto the next board meeting, so a vote needs to be taken either to approve or deny, because just the way the ORC is written, once you declare it impractical, it has to be brought to the next board meeting that happens. Because that was my question to Mr. Palmer earlier, could it wait until August? And it cannot because of how the resolution is written, or the ORC is written.
Okay. My request to this board would be, we've heard from the parents, we get in our emails, my request would be that we don't reconsider we'll still be considering it, but we don't come to this particular decision until, June, May, whenever practical, earlier next year. Because I think there is a significant part of everybody that is impacted by this that feels that they got the rug swept from underneath them. I think next year, if we can try to be, put out the communication ASAP after the board approves, what we did on the 29th, put out that communication so people don't feel like they have the rug swept from underneath them. I think a lot of people are, again, 2-3 weeks out from the school year, looking at how are they going to drastically flip around their work schedules for households where two people are working. Without sounding repetitive, I would just reflect on my prior remarks. I just think that people needed more time, and unfortunately, we didn't give them that this time around.
I will say that one of the conversations, Dr. Wiley, that we said that I think we need to understand is that if we do not approve the resolutions, it makes we would now have to transport everyone, even the ones that were never getting transportation because of the distance, which would put us over 190 routes, without any additional buses or routes. So I just want to make sure we understand that. I do have a question. Mm-hmm. What if, after we deem it impractical and there's some magic solution? Can you then go back and can you go back and do the magic solution?
My understanding is you can always go back and add transportation. You can't have transportation and then take it away.
Mm-hmm. So if there were if somebody had some sort of maybe out of the box thinking solution that they wanted to discuss, there's nothing preventing you.
No, I
from
think
going
it's to
back
Mr. Palmer's comment of it. Ideally, ideally we want children on the bus. I mean, that's what we want to do, right? But we look at all of the 6 factors to make that determination. But I think, I don't want to speak, but if we had a different solution that we could come back and say, hey, we figured something out, we can certainly always look at that. But what you can't do is have transportation and then pull it
take it
back.
away.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Wynn, I just want to acknowledge, I think there is an opportunity from a customer service standpoint, right, to how do we communicate better with our families, and I could definitely get on board with that. I do want us to be cautious to balance that timing of the decision to maximize how we can maximize the practicality rather than potentially shortchange families just for a quicker, decision. But I think there is opportunity for us to have better communications.
Anything else? Anybody else? Mr. Zink, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
No.
Ms. Casper?
Yes. We are at closing comments before the next.
No, we have donations.
Oh,
Donations.
What?
Approved donations.
Oh, gosh, thank you, sorry. I need a motion for letter I to approve donations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Any discussions? Now, Mr. Zink, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
Ms. Casper?
Yes. Now it's the opportunity for closing comments before we go into our second executive session. And Mr. Wynn, we will start with you.
I'll keep mine short tonight. I always appreciate the wonderful opportunity that this community has given me to serve you. I appreciate everybody who feels that they can call me whenever. I like that. Like I said, I'm a teenager. I never go to sleep. This is what I signed up for. So I thank the community for putting me in this position, and I appreciate all the staff, the custodian staff. Oh, one thing I do want to mention, I know I saw it on Cherokee PTA's page, all the work that the custodial staff is doing, the beautification, to make sure that we have wonderful schools ready for the first day of school. A lot of parents don't necessarily always see that. A lot of people who don't have kids in the district, aren't in the buildings, don't always see that. But our custodial staff, thank you for working your tail off to deliver us wonderful, beautiful buildings in time for the school year. So thank you.
Mr. Argo?
I will echo Mr. Wynn's sentiments that a lot of people have this perception that, yes, school's out for the summer, so all the kids and the staff and everyone's gone. But, I was here for the Business Expo the other day, which is Mr. Wynn was there too. It's a great opportunity to connect with a lot of businesses and community partners. But I also saw all the staff and the students there already hard at work for this upcoming school year. I mean, you had the football team practicing, there was marching band out there was cross-country training. We've been working on strategic planning and had a whole bunch of hiring and interviews and all the stuff that has to happen in the summer to make things work. So I just want to say thanks to all of the people who've been putting in all of that hard work.
Mrs. Schaefer?
It seems like a few hours ago when we had the discussion on AP data. So just congratulations to our curriculum team and all of our students who had such success. When you look at 60% nationally are typically who get a 3 or higher, and that our students are performing at 87%, that is quite remarkable. And then just happy school supply season and back to school, and thank you for everyone and all your work to get us ready.
Dr. Whiteley?
School is starting in approximately 2 weeks, which is amazing. Convocation will be right around the corner. Back to school, I mean, you can feel it in Target or Walmart or wherever you are. Children are gearing up, and our staff and our offices and our buildings are certainly ready for them. There's nothing quite like the start of a school year. Even myself, I get kind of back to school butterflies the night before, all excited. So we are ready for the 26-27 school year to begin.
Mr. Zink?
I will miss convocation this year, and that is something that Mr. Bertram's going to get to see that has always been quite the spectacle that I've always really enjoyed. That was probably my first, I wasn't here for my very first year, but when I had the full year in and we went to convocation, I remember just thinking, this is really amazing to see everybody here at once. So that is always really neat. Thank you to this board. Thank you to Dr. Whiteley. Thank you to everybody that I've worked with here. It has been a pleasure. Thank you to the board members that hired me that are no longer on the board. One in attendance tonight. Thank you, Ms. Bodie, that trusted me for the last 4 years. It hasn't been easy. It hasn't always been hard. But we did have a lot of good times, and we've had some exciting times. So I'm looking forward to the next chapter, and I will forever be with you all in spirit. That's all I have.
I don't know how I follow a curse like that. It sounded like like you're going to haunt us, but I'm going to take it good natured, which is actually.
I meant it the best way possible.
Okay, good. No, I will re-echo everyone. We already said thank you, but Adam, you have been a gift to this district and have served the district well to put us in the footing that we're on. I'm deeply excited for the start of school and the momentum that your work and the rest of the district has been to get us ready. Over the past 3 years, we just keep making improvements, and we've seen that in the scorecard and the report card. We've seen that with some of the curriculums we've adopted. It's been really exciting, and I just feel a lot of excitement for the upcoming school year. I want to acknowledge we had a very robust public participation session today, which I'm a big fan of. I would love to see that 30 minutes filled every meeting, and I really appreciate all the parents who came in and shared their perspectives. I think we discussed this earlier. A lot of the decisions we have very personal effects. And so I value hearing that participation from parents and community members when they want to share their perspectives with us. So I encourage that to continue as we go forward. And with that, I will hand it off to you.
I think that everybody has already said everything. Mr. Zink, again, thank you. You will still have to bring the boys to my house on Halloween.
We have done that every year.
Every year, I've seen the boys on Halloween. But again, we thank you for your service, and we wish you luck in your new endeavor. Again, I want to echo what the custodial staff does to get our building ready. Yes, and curriculum and everybody and teachers are plenty, but the custodial staff works really hard, and you know how I feel about the shiny floors. I love walking in the first day and the floors are all shiny, at least for a time being. Again, I do agree with Mr. Horton that when the public comes and talks to us, we do appreciate that. We appreciate the emails. I try to answer them all. And these decisions are hard ones, and they're tough ones, and nobody likes not being able to do everything for every student in the district, in and out of the district. So I personally don't take the decisions lightly, and I just want to make sure that the board, as a board, we all keep that focus in our mind that it's not an easy decision, and we don't take it lightly. So I just wanted to say that. Now I need another motion to enter into executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of public employee or official, and to prepare for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Zink, will you, for the last time, please call the roll?
Everybody take it in. This is it. Ms. Schaefer. Yes. Mr. Argo.
Yes.
Mr. Horton.
Yes.
Mr. Wynn.
Yes.
Ms. Casper.
Yes. And we will be taking an adjourning action when we return. Okay, I'm pulling us out of executive session, and I need a motion to approve Randy Bertram, Treasurer Pro Tem, in accordance with ORC 3313.23, with the absence of Treasurer Zink. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Was that Ben?
Yes.
Ben.
Okay, thank you.
Any discussion? If so, Mr. Bertram, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Wen?
Yes.
Let's see, Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
And Mrs. Casper?
Yes. I will now seek a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Waited for that one.
Second.
Any discussion? Was that Alex? Was the second?
That was.
I think I got it last time, so.
All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
No, will you call the roll?
You want me to do the roll each?
Yeah, we call
Okay.
the roll.
Gotcha, all right.
Changing it up on him.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Argo?
Yes.
Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Yes. And Mr. Wen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Casper?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. We are adjourned.